Final deliveries. Practice session is coming to an end. We'll take our final deliveries. Again, today you'll be bowling 20 Baker games. You'll be bowling those in blocks of 4 games, 5 blocks. Please follow your lane rotation. On your main score sheet, you need that main score sheet turned in after each block. Also, when you're keeping score for your Baker games, enter your Baker games on the score sheet in the Baker portion from left to right. You have 5 rows and 5 columns. Game 1, 2, 3, 4 is going across the top, so enter those consecutively left to right, and you'll have a block total to the right, and then you can add that to your total from yesterday, and that'll be your grand total. That'll be your running total. We get a lot of coaches all times that write the games top to bottom. It goes left to right. Block 1 is left to right. Block 2 is below it, left to right, and so on. At the completion of each block, who's turning your score sheets, we will update the standings and get them back to you. Also, again, teams, please stay in place after the completion of your block. We will have you move, and then go. Your 4 games will be bowled as follows. 2 games on your starting lane. After the completion of 2 games, switch and then 2 games on the opposite lane. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have those discovery lab hour surveys. If you would like to fill one out for us, we greatly appreciate it. It's one way we were trying to keep one of our major sponsors for the events. With that being said, athletes, the lanes are yours. Press the red keys on your keypad. You may begin competition. Thank you and have a great day at bowling.
Is your mom here? No. Oh, I missed that. She's at work, but
1, 2, 3, LDU!
she'll see my message.
Don't forget to brush your red keys. Don't forget to brush your red keys, please.
Are you watching on yeah, we increased the time to yes. I'm down there, I'll see you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2019 Roto-Grip Keystone Quaker Classic taking place at Haja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name is Aaron Smith, and we are ready for Baker competition today. Our women's competition at the Lehigh Valley Classic taking place at Jordan Lanes will get underway in about 50 minutes. Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens will be on the call at the Lehigh Valley. Hi, Anthony. We got some Anthony in the chat is actually standing right in front of me, which is pretty cool and fun. He's watching the bowling from his phone on Bowl TV and also here in person. So it is a unique vantage point as a fan. Got plenty of periscopes out there today, as we are pretty much, there really isn't any type of elevation kind of back here for everyone. So got to find ways to be taller. You can always rely on Bowl TV to get that angle that you're looking for. But after 5 traditional games yesterday, as we mentioned, transitioning to Baker. Going to have 5 4-game Baker sets, 20 Baker games total, and total pinfall from the 5 traditional games yesterday and 20 Baker games today will determine our champion here at the 7th Tier 1 event of the 2019-2020 season. We are on the same 36-foot condition we saw yesterday, and when we kind of look at the scoring pace, it was all over the place yesterday. We only saw a few teams really figure it out on the fresh. William Patterson really figured it out on the fresh. 36 feet, just a shade under 29 mils, combination of Kegel fire and ice oil, 2.11 to 1 on the ratio, so definitely got to make some shots here. But we'll see the adjustments from these teams, and with the way the schedule is going to work out, we're actually going to see the top 4 teams entering competition today at the end of the day too. So we will get to see a few of these teams a second time in Baker set 5. Obviously the lanes are going to be looking a little different by then. So let's introduce our teams here first before we get into a look at day number 1. Starting on lane 27 to your far left, St. John's. 28, Wright State. We saw them yesterday. Lawrence Tech on 29, another team we saw yesterday. And then Wisconsin Whitewater on 30. So teams are going to bowl 2 games on their starting lanes, and then they're going to switch for their final 2 games. So St. John's will go at 28, Wright State will go at 27. Whitewater will transition from 30 to 29, Lawrence Tech 29 to 30, before we get our continued lineup for the rest of the day. Of course, you can always find that above the chat. We have the full lineup for today. 5 Baker sets once again. Not a traditional position round. But lane assignments based off of where teams started or finished day number 1. Taking a look at the standings overall. An up and down day for the Pioneers of William Patterson, but at the end of it, at the top of the standings and up 47 pins on Wisconsin Whitewater. Willie P 51.96, Wisconsin Whitewater 51.49. Those were the only 2 teams plus after 5 games yesterday. St. John's in 3rd, 49.86. So there's a bit of separation between the top 2 teams, and once again, as a total pinfall event, that's what it's going to be all about. So can anyone catch up and put themselves in position to make a run at William Patterson or Whitewater? St. John's the closest, though. Then there's a bit of a gap there as well. Fourth place Florida State, 48-29. So there's another 150, 160 pins. Indiana Tech moved into fifth, 47-73. Wright State sixth, 47-67. Lawrence Tech seventh, 47-54. Robert Morris, Illinois, 46-97. In eighth, New Jersey Institute of Technology, NJIT. We'll see them next game. 46-51 in ninth, and Hudson Valley CC rounds out the top 10, 45-57. So it's really a two-team race with a chance of being a three-team race for the title. But for St. John's, we'll see if they can get out of the block strong here. Put themselves in position to be able to make a run of that final Baker set. Individually, though, St. John's had the top performer in Andrew Hall, 244, 214, 246, 230, and 215 for 1149. That's a 229.8 average. He took the top individual honors pretty, I don't want to say easily, but had a pretty comfortable margin going into that last game. William Patterson's Tyler Levesque, 1104. Those were the only two players better than plus 100. Brandon Mooney from Wisconsin Whitewater, 1,099. Hunter Machin from William Patterson, 1087. And Donovan Thomas from Wisconsin Whitewater, 1071, your top five. Only, let's see, only 16 players even or better for 6 games. But we're going to have the opportunity to take a look at Andrew Hall on lane 27 momentarily. Red Storm working on a double. Find the 3, 6, 9, 10 to kick off the 10th. That'll drop St. John's max score to 180, and kind of looking around our immediate area outside of, let's see, is that Robert Morris, Illinois? That is Robert Morris, Illinois. The only team above 200 after game number 1. Lawrence Tech trying to get there, though, 3 in a row. Gives them the opportunity to get to 224. So Mark and the Blue Devils will be plus to start off today. 168 for St. John's. Wright State can still get to 198. 172 max score for Wisconsin Whitewater. Kyle McGrath in the 5 spot for Lawrence Tech. Big backswing. Brandon Mooney, the left-hander for Wisconsin Whitewater. We will have a similar break after every Baker set, and we had that yesterday where we essentially will wait for everybody to finish up across the house, so teams can move in unison to their next pair. It is it's pretty tight here. So, based off of previous years, our tournament staff said it's a little bit better if we just kind of take a break, similar to NCAA, to where they will kind of wait for everyone to finish the game, then move on to their next lane, their next pair. So we will have those opportunities throughout the course of the day. 162 for Whitewater. Opportunity for 203 for Lawrence Tech, 185 with the spare for Wright State. Of course, for Lawrence Tech, the runner-up at the ITC in 2019. A veteran team. Their lineup yesterday had 4 seniors and a junior, which is about as veteran as you can get out there. But this was the first opportunity for me to see this team, and we know this team can strike in bunches once they get going. And they end up struggling a little bit on the featured pair yesterday, but the only team to break the 200 barrier to kick things off today, Chad Stephen, a member of Junior Team USA in 2019, kicks off game 2 with a strike for Lawrence Tech. But looking at the scores yesterday, there wasn't a team that had a just consistent day. There were peaks and valleys across the board. William Patterson, our tournament leader, after day 1, 12:02 out of the gates. They had built nearly a 200-pin lead after game number 1. Only 3 teams were plus after game 1, and 1,019 was the second largest tally. So the Pioneers flying out of the gates. But then 963, 1025, so they were kind of keeping pace, and then 873 in game 4 actually dropped them out of the lead. After 2, they were up 230 pins on second place. And then by game 4, Wisconsin Whitewater had taken the lead, but William Patterson able to reclaim it with 11:33 in the final game to get to 196 over. For Whitewater, they had 4 of their 5 games were even or better. Their low game 934 in game 2, but they bounced back with 11-12 in game 3. Oh my. We got a front 10. Let's see if we can, not sure we'll be able to get it, but let's see if we can get there. This looks to be Indiana Tech. Over on 23 and 24. Talked about a lower scoring pace after 168 in game 1. Indiana Tech has the front 11. Wow. We're going to try really quick to get over there, folks. All righty, 299 for Indiana Tech. Able to get the final shot, came in a little bit light, leaving the 2-pin. So after 168, 299. But I take plus 67 based off of what we've kind of seen here already. So 203, the high game on our featured pairs. Bad news for Indiana Tech. They are getting off that lane now. They're going to switch lanes since they are already done. Game 2 of Baker set 1. 197, Game 2, St. John's. So they're 365 for their 2-game total. Tenth frame underway for Wisconsin Whitewater. Strike already from Brandon Mooney. He gets the double. They can push the Warhawks to 170 with one more, but bit of a tame start for Whitewater, looking to catch up to William Patterson. They entered the day about 50 pins out of the top spot, but 160, 170 is going to be not the look they were hoping for to kick things off. .196 still out there for Wright State. Best Lawrence Tech can get to is a 171 this game. Looks like they're going to bring in Chase Kaufman here. Get a few shots in. For those of you new to Baker Bowling, it's comprised of 5 players bowling one traditional game. Your leadoff bowler bowls the first in the 6th frames, second bowler second in the 7th, third bowler third in the 8th, fourth bowler fourth in the 9th, and the fifth bowler the 5th in the all-important 10th frame. Teams, however, are able to make substitutions throughout the course of a Baker game. So you'll see coaches sometimes obviously take advantage of fill balls, as Whitewater did there, to get the player another look. But at the same time, also opportunities, certain spares, depending on if it's a lefty or righty. Shots like washouts, sometimes easier to convert. Say if you're a right-hander who leaves a 1, 2, 4, 10. It's a little bit easier to bring in a left-hander if you got one. And all part of the strategy for coaches to determine, along with determining what is the best combination for their team. What consists of a good Baker lineup? How do your players thrive in certain situations? All that kind of comes together. So not too much here from our teams out of the gates on our featured pairs. Wright State 379, Lawrence Tech 374, St. John's 365, and Wisconsin Whitewater 331. After 2. Wright State now on 27 for game 3. St. John's 28. Wisconsin Whitewater 29. And Lawrence Tech on 30. All right, talked a little bit about Wisconsin Whitewater's day 1. Games of 1,000, 934, 1112, 1042, and 1061 to get to 51-49 in second place overall in the standings. For St. John's, they found some of that game 2 blues as well. 1,019, 911, 964, 1066, and 1026 to get to 49-86 in third place. Wright State in sixth, 987, 923, 920, 959, 87. So they never really hit a big drop, but never had the big game either. So probably one of the more steady performances out there. But they're in sixth place, 47-67 for Lawrence Tech. 974, 871, 993, 1015, 901 for 47-54 in seventh place. So we mentioned the top 5 in the standings. St. John's, Andrew Hall leading the way overall, 1149. Top performer from Wisconsin Whitewater is Brandon Mooney, 1099. But for Whitewater, they had 2 additional players in the top 10. And Donovan Thomas and Ryan Winters in 5th and 6th place, 1071 and 1064. For Wright State, Brandon Fleming was 10th. He was tied with teammate Matt McKee, both at 1,043. For Lawrence Tech, their top performer was Chase Kaufman, 1,017. Talked about William Patterson leading the way, entering the Baker competition today, and they have a chance to get into the 250s here in game 3. They're bowling on lane 26, just one lane to our left. So this will be their second shot, the 10th coming up. They start with the front 6. 4 spares in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and there is the double in the 10th to get into the 250s. They were right around even after 2, so they were already gaining on Wisconsin Whitewater, and this will be an opportunity to potentially add on to that. With both events going on here, we're at the Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic. Haja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. The Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic is taking place at Jordan Lanes, about 6-7 minutes away in Whitehall, Pennsylvania. So the women are competing in about 15 minutes. Getting pretty close to starting practice, but they will be on the lanes in just a bit to wrap up their event. The guys' teams will head to Jordan Lanes next, so they are technically bowling the Lehigh Valley Classic on Sunday and Monday, because they'll be all done here at the Keystone Quaker. Then we will have the women's teams here at Rose Bowl for their turn at the Keystone Quaker Classic. So similar but different to what we had last week when we had the Glenn Carlson and the Collegiate Shootout. Everyone bowled the same event for the first 2 days and bowled the second event for the second 2 days of the 4-day run. But Events going concurrently at different centers for our before the new year events. Big shout out to our tournament host, Rose Bowl, as well as our tournament staff, Fred and Patrick Polash. Father-son combo. For Fred, he is running the Lehigh Valley, so he's, or I shouldn't say he's doing that, but he's running both events for the women. Patrick running both events for the men, so we'll have Fred on site Sunday and Monday. But for the Keystone Quaker Classic, 26th edition. Two teams, St. John's and William Patterson, have been to all 26 of them, as was announced when we had our team introductions yesterday, which is a pretty cool stat. Late rally of strikes here from St. John's. It's going to give them the opportunity to get to 212 still this game. Last year here at the Keystone Quaker Classic, Robert Morris swept both the men's and the women's title. Notre Dame, Ohio second, William Patterson third, so Eagles a little bit farther back in the standings. Wright State connects with the trip 9 for the double in the 10th. One more strike for 218 for Wright State, 212 for St. John's. Whitewater can get to 180. The strike on the fill and 194 max score for Lawrence Tech. It's going to be 210 for St. John's. 597 after 3 for Wright State. St. John's at 575. .508 for Whitewater after 177 for their first 3 games. So they've lost about 140, 150 to William Patterson just in the first 3 games. 254 that last game for the Pioneers. So Whitewater looking to find something here. Start off game at number 4 with a Greek church. Chase Goffin with the double. Chance for Lawrence Tech to finish in the 190s. One game left to go in Baker's set 1. Reminder, if you want to see who's coming to the featured pairs, check out the lane assignments tab above the chat. It's the little trophy cup. In Baker's set 2, we will have New Jersey Institute of Technology, Binghamton, Westchester CC, and Erie CC. Central Florida, Schenectady CC, Temple and Corning CC in Baker's set 3. Muskingum, Robert Morris, Illinois, Penn State Berks, and Hudson Valley CC in Baker's set 4. And William Patterson, Wisconsin, Whitewater, St. John's, and Florida State are top 4 teams after day 1 in Baker set number 5. 191 finish for Lawrence Tech. Going to be at 565 after 3 games. Didn't have a big game already. 299 from Indiana Tech. Back in game 2 of Baker set 1 off of our featured pairs. Came in a little bit light, left a 2-pin on their final delivery. Everybody but Lawrence Tech has started game 4. Now they're underway. Folks, while you're here on Bull TV, and if you are, we know that
You have a sheet from yesterday, the final, lying around? No.
if you're here on Bull TV, we know you can't get enough bowling, so be sure to listen to the Out of Range podcast featuring Tony Franklin and crew as they talk about everything on the lanes and off as well with some of the sports. The biggest stars stopping by each week. The On Range podcast only on Bull TV. It's also free of charge to check out. So if you enjoy it, be sure to encourage folks to check it out. It is on the Backstage channel. So if you like what you're hearing from Tony, D. Hart, and Matt McFadden, There was one 300 yesterday on the women's side. Marissa Carey from Indiana Tech delivering all 12 here on the featured pairs on Bold TV. Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens on the call for that. Marissa led the women's division. An impressive 1186 5-game total, so that was a 237 average. And helped Indiana Tech get out to a 236 pin lead over the field over Pikeville in second over at the Lehigh Valley. It appears the women's competition from the Lehigh Valley now live on Bowl TV. Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens bringing you the action. If you'd like to give them a visit throughout the course of the broadcast, if you're watching on desktop, you can go below the video, select Women Featured. If you're on a mobile device, in the top right-hand corner, you'll see a 4-box window pane. So again, top right-hand corner for that, and that will get you to the navigation. You can select the same thing. So 163 finish for William Patterson off our featured pairs. So an opportunity for Whitewater to gain a few pins back here. They were working on a double before. The 10 pin in frame number 6. One thing about Baker, which certainly gets amplified, not that it's not important during traditional sets, but sometimes you can have a player or two kind of mask some of those issues with spare shooting. It's been one of the things this year that we've really seen teams give away pins very quickly in Baker. So spare shooting, very key for these teams. As cool as it is to strike as much as you want to strike. Obviously, you can quickly pick up pins that way, but if you can give your team an opportunity to, potentially find a late double, hand the ball off to your 4 and your 5, a chance to still shoot 2-10, 2-0, 220, whatever it may be, because you've been filling out frames, coach is going to be pretty happy. When coach is happy, everybody's happy. Saw on the 5 pin in the 8th. St. John's trying to bounce back after one of those missed spares in the 6th frame. Still get to 230 this game. Speaking of 230, that's where Wright State wants to end up at, but got to come up a little bit light. 248. Could still get to 213 this game. That would put Wright State plus for the block. They were -3 heading in. And for Whitewater, the all or nothing kind of block just continues. They have left some. Designer splits so far. That is the good old-fashioned 2, 4, 7, 8. Nope. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Whitewater gives away some count there. Hello, Mr. Pate. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to all you good folks here on Bowl TV. We'll be excited for that opportunity. We get to see a lot of good folks in Las Vegas in just a couple days. Team USA trials. Going to be starting up January 3rd, and BowlTV.com will be the place to be. Have 5 channels of coverage. over at Gold Coast in Las Vegas. But we still have 2 more days to go here in the greater Allentown, Pennsylvania area before we get to that. The Keystone Quaker Classic and Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. 2:13 finish for Wright State gets them to 8-10. So the Raiders can be plus. They were in 6th place entering today, so just based off of the teams around us here, they're gaining pins on all of them. Brandon Mooney trying to get Whitewater to the 180s, and good count will get him there on the fill. Final shot for St. John's, 187. .762 for St. John's out of the gates. So we're all done on 27-28, as we mentioned, similar to NCAA due to some space constraints here and an experienced staff. They know it's best just to have everyone move at the same time. So I'm not sure if we have any. We still got a few pairs on the low end of the house finishing up. As Whitewater and Lawrence Tech do the same, but Baker's 2 will be next here on Bowl TV. New Jersey Institute of Technology in Binghamton on 27-28, Westchester CC and Erie CC on 29 and 30. Late flurry of strikes gets Whitewater to 183, so they're going to at least gain a few pins in that final game, but overall going to find themselves farther away from the top spot than they were hoping to be when they started today. .691 for the Warhawks. Lawrence Tech can get to 182. Chase Kaufman delivers strike number 1. So we've seen some opportunities for big games, not necessarily here on 17 and 8, or excuse me, 27 through 30 to start. 2:18, the big score, courtesy of Wright State in game 3. We saw 299 from Indiana Tech. We saw William Patterson get into the 250s. So now it's 182 finish for Lawrence Tech. .747 opening 3. For the Blue Devils, and that's going to wrap up Baker set 1 for us here in our featured pairs. I'll probably get the announcement fairly quickly that time for everyone to move. My tournament director, Pat Polash. But we're going to take a quick break as we wait for Baker set 2. There we go. We got some student athletes making the move. The Lehigh Valley Classic underway at Jordan Lanes as well on our women's featured channel. So bowling all around here as you kick off your final weekend of 2019. If you're in the chat, let us know about some of your favorite bowling moments of the year, even of the decade. Let's throw that in there. So it could be a moment you watched, a moment personally for yourself. It was a 300 game, an 800 series, first 700, whatever it may be. Let us know in the chat your favorite moment of 2019, favorite moment of the 2010s for you, or just as a fan of bowling. I'm gonna think of mine as well, but leave a few of those in the chat. We'll be back for Baker set 2. 2019 Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic coming up next here on Bowl TV.
Second block, you may begin competition.
folks. Baker set 2 underway. New Jersey Institute of Technology on 27 to the far left of your screen in the red and white. Binghamton in the dark green on 28. Westchester CC on lane 29. And then far right of your screen on lane 30. Erie Community College. This is game 1 of 4 for Baker set 2. Total of 5 Baker sets today before we conclude competition here at the Roto-Grip Keystone Quaker Classic for the men. Our women's teams will be making their way here starting tomorrow. As we look at the overall standings heading into today, we should be getting scores from Baker set 1 momentarily, but New Jersey Institute of Technology, 9th place overall to start the day, 46.51. Erie Community College in 18th, 42.92. Binghamton 20th, 42.25, and Westchester Westchester in 29th place. All right, into the 10th frame for Westchester and Erie CC, 152 in the books. Game 1 for Erie. 147 max score for Westchester. The Vikings. Start the 10th with a trip of the 9. Once again from our calculations, our William Patterson extended its lead here at the Keystone Quaker. Our first opportunity this weekend to see 3 of the 4 teams. We saw Erie CC yesterday during our 5-game traditional block. First-hand look at Westchester, Binghamton, and NJIT. .136, the final tally for Westchester here in game one. Erie CCRA into game two. Still game one underway on 27-28. Trip two, righty's best friend for Erie CC. It's off to a nice little start here in game two. 3 out of 5 clean at the halfway point. Open in the 10th for New Jersey Institute of Technology. They're going to start with 158 for Baker set 2. Still game one for Binghamton. As you look ahead to some of the time you'll be spending here on Bowl TV, be sure to stop by the lab and check out USBC Director of Coaching, Stephen Padilla, as he provides his knowledge and tips to help you improve your game in his series, The Coach. Once again, that is on the lab here on Bowl TV. Stephen's most recent video came out yesterday. Looks at video analysis and ways to do it. Obviously, technology has grown immensely over the course of the past few years, and the ability for folks to obtain instant feedback through cell phones and tablets, and just the ease of getting video equipment around nowadays. But Stephen looks at just some of the basics that as a coach you should consider in those situations to put yourself in a position to help your players. It is pretty crazy to think about how far that aspect has come, even from when I was a high school player and shortly out of high school, that in order to really understand what our coaches was talking about, and I helped my high school team a year or two after I had graduated and working with the coach. He had a few different cameras and everything to set up. And a VHS recorder and just everything you had to do to kind of get that feedback. There's a late string of strikes here from Binghamton, can get them to 140. But yeah, to be able to do slow motion on your phone, get that instant feedback, see those things you're working on, is pretty nifty. All right, we have an update of scores after Baker set 1. After this fill ball here. Binghamton at 130. So everyone ready for game 2 now. Rim down, and as expected, William Patterson, 6,004. Leading the way. They opened up about an extra 110 pins or so on Wisconsin Whitewater in second, 58-40. St. John's 57-48. Indiana Tech moves into fourth, 56-29. Wright State 55-77. Florida State 55-63. Lawrence Tech in seventh, 55-01. Robert Morris, Illinois 54-90. Arizona State 53-60. Moving into the top 10. New Jersey Institute of Technology 53-28, rounding out the top 10. So for Whitewater, we'll see if they can put together a few strikes here in their final 16 Baker games, but down 164 heading into Baker set 2. For the teams on our featured pairs, we mentioned NJIT in 10th place, 53-28. Erie in 19th, 49-08. Binghamton 23rd, actually tied for 23rd, 48-53. And then Westchester in 29th, 35-28. 177 in game 2 for Erie CC, puts them at 3-29. Field ball left to go. From Westchester, they can still get to 150. .150 is going to put Westchester as 286 as they're going to switch lanes now. Erie CC moving to 29, Westchester to 30. Early in game 2 on 27-28, New Jersey Institute of Technology and Binghamton. Once again, 5 total Baker sets before we conclude competition here at the opening events. Back-to-back events for these student athletes, 4 consecutive days of bowling. Our men's teams will head over to Jordan Lanes. Men's team's heading over to Jordan Lanes for the Lehigh Valley after this, concluding the Keystone Quaker today. But day 2 of 4 continued. But right now we're going to sit back, let the sound of pinfall take over. Here in the middle of Baker set 2. Finishing up game 2 on 27-28, starting game 3 on 29-30. New Jersey Institute of Technology, Binghamton, Erie CC, and Westchester Community College on the lanes here at Haja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. We're into game number 4 of Baker set number 2 for Erie CC and Westchester on 29 and 30. Still game 3 from New Jersey Institute of Technology in Binghamton on 27 and 28. We still have a full game to go after this. So Erie and Westchester will have a nice little break. It got started a little bit later on 27-28. There was a third school that also arrived at the pair that was again our updated standings after Baker set 1. William Patterson, 164 pin lead, 6,004 there. Total after 5 traditional games and 4 Baker games. Wisconsin Whitewater 58-40 in second. St. John's 57-48. Indiana Tech 56-29 and Wright State 55-77. They're just 14 pins ahead of Florida State in 6th. So there's some separation at each level in that in the top 4 for sure. 5th place a little close right now, but who's going to put up the big number and who's going to find something late here? That's going to be the big question. Teams have kind of set themselves apart from competition at the top of the leaderboard here. Chance for Erie CC to finish up with 171, 126. Max for Westchester. Chance to get to 179 still for Binghamton and 210 max score for NJIT. Late trip of the 10. Always like seeing those. High game in the block so far for Binghamton. They're 130 and 145, 178 in game 3. Going to be the top game so far for New Jersey Institute of Technology as well. They had 196 in game 2. .71 and 126. Final tallies on 29 and 30 for Erie Community College and Westchester CC respectively. They're all done with their 4-game block. So we'll be quiet on lanes 29 and 30 for a couple of minutes here. Erie CC and Westchester getting through their 4 games of Baker Set 2 relatively quick. Binghamton and NJIT have 1 full game left to go. At the conclusion of Game 4 here in Baker Set 2 across the house, teams will begin to make their move. Coming up in Baker Set number 3, we'll have the Central Florida, Schenectady Community College, Temple, and Corning Community College. So all teams we had the opportunity to see on our featured pairs yesterday. So we'll get to see them one more time. Once again, the pattern 36 feet in length here for the Rotogrip Keystone Quaker Classic. It was the same pattern these competitors bowled on yesterday during their 5-game traditional block. It's looking pretty quiet around us, though, so this may be the final pair wrapping up. This one got 7th, 8th, and 9th to our left. Penn State and Lawrence Tech. But this pattern proved tricky in the early going. Yesterday, it's looking to do the same today.
New Jersey plate, G43KYW. Your door's wide open.
Oh yeah, no shit. Yeah, why don't you shut the door for him? That's what I did. Actually, I did that one time for somebody.
Erie CC in Westchester in the books. Game 4. Baker set 2 for Binghamton in the green on 27, and New Jersey Institute of Technology on 28. The game so far 158, 196, and 199 for 553 for NJIT. 130, 145, and 178 for 453 for Binghamton. Spare shooting once again creeping up for both teams, letting a few frames get away here. A strike in the 9th frame, 182 still out there for Binghamton. NJIT looking for their first strike here in game 4. Big time messenger to kick off the 10th. Be interesting to see where these pairs get to as far as transition. By the time we get to Baker set 5, we will have our top 4 teams entering today's competition on our featured pairs for those final 4 games. And we saw some of those teams in the mix for Baker set 1. I thought the scoring pace might be a little bit higher out of the gates. But we only had one team average better than 200 for the first 4. It's a nice trip of the 6-pin. 176 still out there. But the scoring pace definitely has slowed down here. In Baker set 2, and even kind of glancing across our pairs, and didn't see anything too crazy across the board. As Binghamton finishes with 166. Gonna get to 619. $156. And get to 700 this block. 709 for NJIT. After 158, 196, 199, and 156. So as you can see, players beginning to move. That means we're moving on to Baker set number 3. We do thank you again for joining us here on Bull TV for a pair of holiday classics with the Rotogrip Keystone Quaker Classic and Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic taking place here in the greater Allentown, Pennsylvania area. Coming up next here for Baker set 3, Central Florida, Schenectady, Temple, and Corning all making their way to lanes 27 through 30. We'll be back with the action from Baker set 3 in just a moment. As soon as teams make their way, they will start their third 4-game block of the day. Baker competition throughout, a total of 5 Baker sets today before we get to the end. There's no cut after that, no bracket. Just a total pinfall event, so you're getting there as you go. But Baker set 3 seconds away from getting going. So once again, I want to thank everyone for their continued support of Bull TV. We hope you had a great holiday season, and we are definitely looking forward to 2020 and continuing on as we prepare for Team USA trials. Heading to Las Vegas once again, Gold Coast Hotel and Casino, January 3rd through the 7th here on Bull TV. 5 days of competition. Going to finish with the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals, as well as the introduction of Team USA and Junior Team USA for 2020. We've already had a few of our younger players earn their spots on junior team through their performances here at Junior Gold. But we'll fill out the rest of the group. In just a little bit, but Schenectady getting things kicked off on 28.
All right, once you've arrived at your pairs,
Central Florida on 27. And Temple and Corning CC. Scheduled next on 29 and 30, so sit back, enjoy game 1 of Baker set 3. Here we go.
I think you can. I'd rather not think about that. I'd rather just think everybody's going to be different. How do you feel about these things? I said, I can't think about it. I always come good.
John! John!
I made a really quick decision where you decided on Friday when I got off.
Nearing the conclusion of game 1 of Baker set 3 for Central Florida and Schenectady. For Schenectady, as we saw with them yesterday, just 4 players. So they are electing to, essentially when you don't have all 5, you have to pick a frame to represent your 5th player. You don't get extra shots from someone else to make up for that. So for Schenectady, they're taking their zeros for their 5th bowler in the 1st and the 6th frame. So obviously that's going to make it a little bit tougher for the Royals to get going. But once again, good experience on a tough pattern. So they finished with 104, 158 for UCF.
If anybody's missing a Metro card, come see me at the front desk. A Metro card.
9th and 10th still to go for Temple and Corning. These teams in the standings after Baker set number 1. Temple in 21st place. Central Florida 25th, Corning at 26th, and Schenectady in 28th place. Total of 29 varsity programs. Competing here in the men's division at the Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic. Women's competition here at the Keystone Quaker will get underway tomorrow for their 5-game traditional block. All of our men's teams will head over to Jordan Lanes, about a 7-minute drive from here. Great shot there from Temple. I like the enthusiasm, like the shot. Saying, gotta find a little shim here, find a little push. Trying to get the squad to 208 this game. Corning still a chance to get to 194. They can add 2 more strikes in the 10th. Nice shot. Now in the 190s. Pair of steady games out of the gates. Temple and Corning. 197 for the Owls. for many of these teams as we caught them yesterday looking at their season up to this point. Some just competing in their first Tier 1 competition of the 2019-2020 season. Others picking up a little steam for the second half, but the entire goal is to make sure you get enough competition points throughout the course of the regular season to put yourself in position to be, here on the men's side, one of the top 80 programs based off ranking points. To advance to sectionals in March as they start a postseason play. March 13th through the 15th, a total of 4 locations across the United States. Dallas, Texas, Addison, Illinois, Stratford, New Jersey, and Smyrna, Tennessee are returning hosts for sectionals once again. But for every event that team competes in, they do earn points. Tier 1 events are worth more points. So obviously a nice finish. Will give many teams a nice little boost in the standings. So for these 4 teams, as we mentioned, the highest overall in the standings after Baker set 1 was Temple, in 21st place. The good news for schools like that is there's a few other teams kind of bunched around them as far as where they sit in the standings. So even moving up just a spot or 2. Very important at the end of the day. So if these teams are able to find a little spark and grab a few extra spots, that means a few extra points, which could be the difference between a postseason appearance this season. So we have updated standings, folks. William Patterson continues to lead, and they've expanded their lead over the field now, more than 200 pins over Wisconsin Whitewater, 68-26 to 66-15. So Willie P seems to be back on track to what we saw yesterday in the early going when they had built a 230 pin advantage over the field. Whitewater at 66-15. And St. John's has made up some ground on the Warhawks, now within shouting distance of second place, 65-74. It's only 41 pins difference between second and third. Bit of a gap after that to fourth place Indiana Tech at 64-46. Another 100 pins back is Robert Morris, Illinois, 63-43. Wright State in sixth, 63-26. Florida State in seventh, 62-73. Lawrence Tech, 62-45. Arizona State in 60-66. Stony Brook in 10th place, 60-50. We'll get that camera fixed. See, the problem is our cameras are on, not a problem, but a potential issue is that our cameras are on 2 essentially bowling ball racks. which is all good until someone decides to grab one off the rack. And then forcefully put it back for no reason, so. So if you see a shake like that or a camera kind of go off track like that, that is most likely the case.
Lane 33, you have to let me know what you want.
Another game in the 150s for UCF, 158, 159 in their first two, 128 for Schenectady. So they put together a few doubles there, just obviously with only having the 4 players. Got to make it tough to really gain some momentum as they post a double in the 4th and the 5th, and a double in the 10th as well. Temple after an early 3-bagger has ran into some trouble. Opens in 3 out of their last 4 frames. Still get to 202 this game. With our updated standings after Baker set 2, our teams on the featured pair. Temple in 23rd place, 54-54. Central Florida 52-96. Temple was in 23rd, Central Florida in 25th. Corning in 26th at 52-42. And Schenectady in 28th at 41-04. But looking at potentially moving up for Temple, they're just 6 pins behind Walsh and 18 pins behind Binghamton. So the decent set out of the gates here. Opportunity to claim back 2 spots. Once again, earn a few extra ranking points. I'm looking to make postseason play. $179 for Corning. Puts them at 372 after 2 games. Five opens in their last 6 frames. Temple's going to finish with 159. They're going to be at 356. So they will switch lanes and head into game 3 of Baker set 3. So this is essentially the halfway point. So we're halfway there. Game 3 already underway on 27-28. Schenectady and Central Florida. Corning moving over to 29. Temple now on 30. Stay prepared to start game 3 of Baker set 3. and my good friends as you're here on Bowl TV. Of course, we encourage you to check out all the great content available. Plenty of great stuff in the lab. And of course, we can't mention the lab without talking about my guy, Lou Marquez, and his series, Hot Off the Press. Lou shares his technical insight on the game and the inner workings of pro shop life throughout the series. His latest video actually answers a viewer's email. Lou looks into some quick tips on helping developing a pendulum swing. So I think that was a pretty cool little rundown for the question itself that came in from the viewer. They said they start to turn their hand a little bit early, which leads to their backswing kind of wrapping around their back. And obviously, and as someone who has done this in the past and kind of has a figure 8 type swing, is that once you kind of get your swing off the straight back and forth path, things have to be kind of in line and in order to be at a consistent finish position. So with that little quick tip, he talks about some things that the user can work on, or the viewer, excuse me, that the viewer can work on to kind of help with that. So that might help your game too. So if you'll check that out once again, hot off the press, Lou Marquez in the lab here on Bowl TV. Lou's actually been, his recent video run has highlighted a few different quick tips. So it's one of those things where if you have 15 minutes, you could probably get through 4 or 5 of his most recent videos. A lot of good stuff there from Lou. As to be expected, he runs the pro shop at the International Training and Research Center, gold level coach, and an all-around awesome dude. Speaking of awesome folks, I have to give a big shout out to the Polash family, our tournament directors for both the Rotogrip Keystone Quaker Classic and the Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. Fred is running both women's events, and his son Patrick here right now running the men's competition. So for Patrick, he's here today, but he's going to be heading over to Jordan Lanes for the next 2 days, while Fred will be joining us here in Haja Rose Bowl for the women's competition the next 2 days. Patrick has his pro shop here, our family pro shop. He's also getting some help from his daughters as well, so it's just a whole family effort here that goes into making the Keystone Quaker Classic and Lehigh Valley 2 special events on the schedule each and every season, always around the same time. 26th consecutive year for the Keystone Quaker Classic, and 16th consecutive year being sponsored by Rotogrip. So big shout out to them as well for their continued support of collegiate bowling. Nice shot there from Central Florida. So look to wrap up the game at number 3. In golden fashion. Can still get to 170. Schenectady already into game 4. Still wrapping up game 3 on 29 and 30. Corning and Temple. .159 for UCF. So far their games have been 158, 159, and 159. So can't say the Golden Knights have been steady, consistent. 476, their 3-game total. 319 for Schenectady. So again, they are minus a bowler, so just 4 players on the roster this week. .172 for Corning, puts them at 544. 193, 179, 172. 163 finish for Temple. They're at 519 for 3, 544 for Corning, 476 for UCF, and Schenectady 319. Minus a bowler, they are finishing up game 4. UCF on 28 at the halfway point of game 4. And just getting underway in game 4 on 29 and 30 with Corning and Temple. Coming up next here on Bowl TV for our featured pairs, we have Muskingum, Robert Morris, Illinois, Penn State Berks, and Hudson Valley CC. Joining us on lanes 27 through 30 at Haja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania for the Keystone Quaker Classic. Then in Baker Set 5, William Patterson, Wisconsin Whitewater, St. John's, and Florida State. They were our top 4 teams entering today's competition. And our top 3 has not changed. They've stayed in the same spot. William Patterson first, Wisconsin Whitewater second, and St. John's third. However, Indiana Tech has moved into 4th place. Florida State has dropped to 7th. 137 to wrap up for UCF. Get them to 613. For their 4-game set. They are getting ready for the 10th frame for Corning. They're working on a double. Can save 161 this game. A few more strikes after a bit of a slow start. Oh, how about that? .140 finish for Corning CC. Going to get to 684. Still 184 out there this game for Temple with the back 5. All right, once again, as a reminder, we're waiting for each team to finish up an entire Baker set before moving on to the next one. So taking a look around, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a break after. After Temple finishes up their 10th frame.
That's okay.
See some folks still in the early portions of what I would assume is game 4. 129 for Temple. They're going to be at 6:48. So Corning, the top performer here in our featured pairs in Baker set 3, 684, Temple 648, Central Florida 613, and Schenectady 429. So that is going to conclude Baker set 3 for us here. But as we mentioned, Baker set 4 going to be coming up next. Once everyone finishes, all of our teams will move in unison. But coming up next, Muskingum, Robert Morris, Illinois, Penn State Berks, and Hudson Valley Community College next here on Bowl TV for the Keystone Quaker Classic. Final day of competition. Just 8 Baker games left to go before we determine our champions here in the men's division. So we have a quick break here. We're going to step away from the booth for a quick second, but before we do that, I feel this is a great opportunity for you folks as you wait for Baker set 4 to get underway. Check out our full collegiate schedule here for the 2019-2020 season on Bowl TV. We're already on our 8th Tier 1 event and 10th event overall for the season, but still plenty left to go in 2020. And of course, we still got 2 more days here in 2019 at the Lehigh Valley and Keystone Quaker. But you can check out postseason play and more as well. But for right now, we're going to sit back, relax, and wait for Baker set 4. Once again, our teams, Muskingum, Robert Morris, Illinois, our defending champion, Penn State Berks, and Hudson Valley Community College. So everyone sit back, relax. So we got a few teams finishing up. So hopefully within the next 5 to 10 minutes, the rest of the house should be complete and we'll be ready to go. So happy holidays and thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV for the Keystone Quaker Classic and Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic from Pennsylvania.
Block number 3, please move to your next pair.
Welcome to Baker set 4 of 5 here at the Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic, taking place at Aja Rose Bowl in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications, and you are watching Muskingum on 27, Robert Morris, Illinois on 28, Penn State Berks on 29, and Hudson Valley Community College over on lane 30. Our final round of competition will follow this set. Total pinfall will determine our champions. And the one takeaway here from Baker set 4 so far in the early going is that for Robert Morris, Illinois, there are 2, 3, and 4 players in the lineup made pretty good shots and got the ball pretty far out right. So they were getting their break point closer to first arrow. It's a little inside of that. And they're able to find a pretty nice look. And I feel a lot of teams have gotten away from that. We've seen teams migrate left, but there's still a spot down there to throw to. It's just that it feels teams may have gotten too far left to consider going and creating that much shape. So I'll be interested to see if anyone else takes a look at what the Eagles are doing. Defending champion here at the Keystone Quaker Classic in both the men's and the women's division. It attempts to replicate it. Good old bucket crumbler for Penn State Berks. Justin O'Shaughnessy stepping up for Robert Morris, Illinois. He delivered the 3rd consecutive strike for the Eagles earlier this game. Let's see if he can repeat the feat. He goes 2 for 2 here in the opener of Baker's set 4. William Patterson, Wisconsin Whitewater, St. John's, and Florida State will be up next. Chance for RMU to get to 219 this game. Chase Benitez makes the adjustment after going through the nose, and even he split in the 5th, but that was a little too steep. 196 for RMU to start. They had been trending in the right direction today. After Baker set 2, they had moved into the top 5. But we're about 100 pins back from 4th place. So once again, update for Baker set, or scores after Baker set 3. We'll see if that trend continued, but I feel they have a few players seen the right shape out there that teams are trying to get to consistently get to the 1-3 from the right side. .156 for Muskingum. 178 for Penn State Berks, and 10th frame to go for Hudson Valley. Competing in their first event of the 2019-2020 season. Took it to 163. And 163 finish for Hudson Valley. received an update after Baker set 3. While the top 2 have stayed the same, William Patterson and Wisconsin Whitewater 199 pins apart. Indiana Tech has moved into 3rd place, surpassing St. John's. Right now the total is William Patterson at first, 76.08. Wisconsin Whitewater 74.09. Indiana Tech not even that far away from 2nd place, so they're having themselves a day, 73.63. St. John's 73.20. In 5th place, Robert Morris 71.33 on our featured pair. Wright State in 6th, 71.19. Lawrence Tech 70.40 in 7th. Florida State drops to 8th, 69.54. Stony Brook in 9th, 67.92. And NJIT 67.84, rounding out the top 10 from our teams featured here in Baker set 4. As we mentioned, Robert Morris, Illinois in 5th. Hudson Valley in 11th place, 67.71. Muskingum in 17th place, 64.65, and Penn State Berks in 18th, 64.56. Speaking of Penn State Berks, putting together some strikes here. Hudson Valley working on 3 in a row of their own. Just the one miscue in frame number 3. Now 6 in a row. All right. Not gonna lie, scores have been tough to come by here. For the last few rounds. So it's some heads up, 7-up action. Oh, that's going way back. And the run's going to stop at 8. At 2:55, wow. Big game. That would be our, it's definitely our highest game on our live stream pairs today. One of the 3 highest games we've seen around. Although it looks like Wisconsin Whitewater maybe trying to make things a little interesting here. They're in the 260s for their game over on 23 and 24. Nice 2:54 for Penn State Berks. They're at 432. 4-2 games. Hudson Valley seeing all that striking, getting in on the action as well after 2 early opens. They've struck on 5 of their last 7. They can get to 224 this game. From way downtown, the principal, Justin O'Shaughnessy, delivers the strike for Robert Morris. .163 for Muskingum. They're going to be at 319 for 2. Hudson Valley make it 3 in a row. Have a chance. There it is. All right. They're looking to get pretty close to even here if they can add 2 more. .267 for Wisconsin Whitewater that game. They did finish out with a strike, so. .151 puts Robert Morris at 347. Still have a fill ball here for Hudson Valley CC, the 4-7-10 left standing up there. I'll take 2, get to 210. They're at 373. Heading into game 3 of Baker set 4 here. Rotogrip Keystone, Quaker Classic. There's 1 set left to go after this before we know our first of 2 event champions today. The women's field bowling at Jordan Lanes at the Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. So teams will be switching houses and events starting tomorrow, but plenty of action left to go here today. These teams switch lanes. RMU Illinois now on 27. Muskingum on 28. Hudson Valley CC 29, and Penn State Berks, who's making the turn at 432. Over on lane 30. Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens over at Jordan Lanes right now with the coverage for the Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. I'm Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. Thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV as part of our expanded USBC collegiate schedule this year. this season, I should say. This year's almost over. Certainly hope everyone is ready and excited. Get some great resolutions. As 2020 quickly approaches. Maybe a few bowling related goals for 2020. I myself am recovering from a shoulder injury, so I've not picked up a bowling ball since April. Well, that's a lie. I've picked up a bowling ball, but I haven't bowled since April, so I'm looking forward to getting back on the lanes. Have some, start working my way back towards, I won't be 100% anytime soon, but hoping to get ready for the USBC Open Championships in a couple of months. As a friendly reminder, if you are planning this year, or I was going to say next year, to make your way to Reno for the USBC Open Championships, or Las Vegas for the USBC Women's Championships, or maybe even Junior Gold, make sure to visit mybowlingvacation.com for all of your hotel needs. MBV, mybowlingvacation.com. We'll hook you up for USBC long duration events as well as short duration events. So if you're competing nationally, it's going to be an opportunity for you. To find a great deal. Nice messenger there in the fourth. Game 3 at Baker set 4 for Muskingum. Hudson Valley. Nice start here to game 3. Clean through 5, working on a double. Hudson Valley looking for back-to-back games. Over 200 here. Count will all but get them there. So they can get to 226. That would put them even after, or actually on the right side of plus after 3. .193 from Robert Morris. Find a late string of strikes. All right, 540. .158 from Muskingum. They're at 477. 213 for Hudson Valley. They're at 586 now. Penn State Berks goes the wrong way after switching lanes. 141. Now at 573. Yeah, 253, one pair to our right. Looks like Florida State delivering a big number. 2-8 has proven to be a tricky conversion here on this 36-foot pattern at Aja Rose Bowl as Chase Benitez was able to cover it on lane 27 for Robert Morris, Illinois, but it's been been troublesome. Hudson Valley, back-to-back games of 210 and 213. Unable to pair together any strikes so far here in the early going of game 4. Once again, half game left to go. Baker set 4 after all teams conclude, which it looks like we got some just starting up game 4. To our left, we will transition to Baker set number 5, our final Baker set, final 4 games of competition here for the men at the Rotogrip Keystone Quaker Classic. Total pinfall will determine our champions. We're going to have William Patterson, our leader, after Baker set 3, Wisconsin Whitewater, who's in 2nd, St. John's, who's in 4th, and Florida State, who entered this round in 8th place on our featured pairs. They were the top 4 teams in starting competition today, so kind of a de facto position round. Sort of, but not really, but kind of. Still got some of the top teams. We'll see how close it is. It'll help wrap up competition here today. Half a game left to go. Baker set 4 here on Bowl TV. Penn State Berks finishes up 187. Gonna be at 760 for their 4-game sets. Averaged 190, but most of that off a strong showing in game 2, 254. Oh, get there. Come on, Messenger. .197 for Robert Morris, Illinois. Gonna be at 737. .169 for Muskingum, and field ball left to go for Hudson. .646 total for Muskingum. Hudson Valley was at 586. Gonna get some pins back, but HVCC will be second in our grouping for this 4-game block. Final tally 158. And a 744 total for Hudson Valley. So 760, Penn State Berks leading the way. 744, Hudson Valley CC. Robert Morris, Illinois, 737, and Muskingum, 646. And a wave as well from Hudson. So for folks watching at home, rooting on Hudson Valley. Y'all got a wave. But with that, we're going to be moving on to Baker's set 5. Coming up next as soon as everybody wraps up. Still got, looks like maybe 1 or 2. Looks like a little bit farther down on the low end of the house, there's about 7th frame or so. So we're going to have a few minutes. So while we do that, first, let's talk about good friends at the PBA. For all the up-to-date details on the upcoming PBA Tour season, including breaking news, schedule and ticket information, and scoring from all events, head over to pba.com to follow the action live on the PBA Network. PBA.com for the PBA Network. And then after that, let's get to a highlight from yesterday from our women's competition at the Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. If you were on yesterday, you may have seen this already, but if you haven't, it's going to be cool. It's going to be the 10th frame for Marissa Carey from Indiana Tech. She's going for 300 over at Jordan Lanes. Just a quick 7-8 minute drive from here at Haja Rose Bowl. Check it out.
I'll be like, oh yeah, make a 1-0 or 2-0. Marissa Carey on the front 11.
So once again, that was Marissa Carey from Indiana Tech rolling 300 on her way to the individual win at the Lehigh Valley Classic. Indiana Tech was leading the way. After day one, and of course our women's featured channel is live right now. Daniel Farish and Shannon Sellens on the call. If you'd like to go visit them, if you're watching on a desktop, the navigation is below the video. Women's featured is what you would select. If you're on a cell phone or mobile device, the place to be is in the top right hand corner. You'll see a 4-box window pane that will get you to the navigation. Once again, women's featured, the place to be. We're still waiting for our final few teams to wrap up so we can start Baker set number 5. So with that being said, we're going to step away for a quick second. I think we might have a special guest coming into the booth as well. We'll see if everything is going to work according to plan. But for right now, everyone hang tight. And game 5, or excuse me, Baker set 5, Roto Group Keystone Quaker Classic from Allentown, Pennsylvania, coming up next here on Bowl TV.
Tables and we're going.
block number 4. Athletes, please begin your move to the 5th and final pair for today's Baker's competition. This will be your last block of 4 games of Bakers today. Coaches, at the completion of this block, we need that USBC Baker sheet turned into us, along with the top copy of your Roto-Grip Keystone Quaker recap sheet. We need both of those sheets turned in, please. Also, at the conclusion of the competition, there will be a short awards presentation for the top 3 teams to receive plaques. The champions will also receive an extra gift, and then we also have high first 3 games yesterday, and high 5 game total pins awards to present. So if you can stay around, if you would, we will do that shortly after the completion of the competition. Athletes, when you go out to your pairs, you may begin your competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a good send-off for the last group of games.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bowl TV. Baker set 5, now ready to get underway here on lanes 27 through 30 here at Rose Bowl for the Roto-Grip Keystone Quaker Classic. William Patterson on 27, Wisconsin Whitewater on 28, St. John's on 29, and Florida State on 30. My name's Aaron Smith with USBC Communications, and I'm very happy to be bringing in a special guest here for our final round. For those of you who bowl in the Northeast and know the great NEBA organization, you're going to recognize this voice very quickly. A happy holidays and welcome to Mr. Bruce Hall. Hi, Bruce.
Aaron, how are you today? Great to be on Bowl TV. Another check off the bucket list.
Well, that's what we're all about here, making dreams come true. So
there you go. There you go.
As we start this final 4-game block, as soon as we get an update on scores, we can kind of take a look to see if any teams are making a run. William Patterson was up by about 200 pins heading into the last Baker set. had put some distance between themselves and Wisconsin Whitewater. St. John's and Indiana Tech were also kind of in the mix and kind of fighting for that second spot. So as soon as we get that update, we'll let you know. But teams hitting the lanes right now. And Bruce, for you, obviously you have a tie to St. John's. Your son Andrew, part of the team, he's actually the tournament MVP after yesterday's 5 traditional games. So you've been able to follow them around throughout the course of these first 4 Baker sets. What have you been seeing on this 36-foot pattern kind of across the house?
So the breakdown has been similar to yesterday. It's a really interesting pattern to watch how the teams play it and break it down. You'd think on a short pattern, people would be out, piping 4, 5, 6 and trying to stay out there as long as possible. But unfortunately, a lot of teams, they start on the track. So you see a lot of track up 7, 8, 9, early. So the move pretty much after game 1 is from 3, 4 to like 12. So you see everybody now moving in with more asymmetrical equipment, things that skid flip more, and they're trying to play the middle and cross more. And what you have to do on this pattern, and I've also, since yesterday, there's less back end, so you have to be a little bit more finesse, if you will, with your shot. You have to create a little bit more back end if you want to carry. I was talking to Coach Greg. He told me yesterday by this time they were 200 over. Today they're like 20 over. So they just can't generate the same area. They can't generate the same carry as they could yesterday.
And that's been something we've been seeing specifically here on 27 through 30. After we had Wright State go plus 13 on our featured pairs in that first block, and then scores kind of dipped. So we've seen some teams struggle trying to find a consistent path to the pocket here. One of the teams that, although they, score-wise, didn't put together a huge number, Robert Morris, Illinois was on 27 and 28 last block. They had a few players still getting out to kind of having that break point right around 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, yeah.
And they were able to find a very, very strong back-end reaction there. But when players were a little bit farther left of that, if there was any away, it was 2-pin or 210. And if it was any up the lane, they were through the nose of Brooklyn. So it became very, very touchy when you're kind of in the middle part of the lane. But I saw that little spot out there that you could throw to, but if you got it any left, you were in trouble.
I think you're absolutely right. And if you look at how pros break down a shot like this, when they move in, their break point really doesn't change. They'll still be shooting for 3, 4, or whatever the break point should be, and that's where it should be if you're playing out, or it should be if you're crossing 12. And the teams that really know how to do that are getting the ball out to 4 and getting that recovery. Inside of that, it's very tricky because of the short pattern. You don't have a lot of hold. There's not a lot. It's 2 to 1, so you're just not going to see a lot of shim that's going to let the ball lay off. So you have to get it to the same break point. And that was Andrew that just went, St. John's with a triple here. I know Andrew is throwing a sanded idle pearl, and he's rolling it right off his hand, and he's looking at 4. And even with all that surface, and it's not that terribly strong a cover, he gets it back from 4 from there. So that's really the play.
Nice start for St. John's. Great start for Florida State. 6 for 6 out of the gates here. We saw a run at 300 earlier today from Indiana Tech. They finished with 299.
And by the
that's
way,
a tough break right there.
And by the way, their last game down on, I think they were on 5 and 6, was 257. So, and I saw another game where they were stringing them. So those guys can put some strikes together. And they've had some tough games as well.
Yeah, that was our tournament director, Pat Polash, walked over and kind of mentioned that because we were talking about the standings and how Indiana Tech kind of worked their way into there. And he's like, even though they had some big games, though, they weren't a ton plus for those first 2 blocks. They had the 290 and the 260 game as well. But they were only 15, 20 over or something, he was saying. So it was one of those things where you just been a very hit or miss type of day.
And even after that 299, they were 460 for 2. So they shot
Correct, yes.
160, whatever, the first game of that 2-game set. So, and like you say, and when you move to a new pair, you just don't know what the teams before you have done to it. Where did they play? Where did they carve the track early? Did they move in? Did they carve your fronts? You're trying to move to it, and it's so tricky and so sensitive because you have to cross so many boards to have the right angle into the pocket to carry with the less back end. It's just, a lot of it's a guessing game. And even lane to lane, you see the guys, we saw St. John's quite often, they would have a good game on the left lane and move over and shoot $160, $170 on the right lane. So you just don't know, how they break down.
And that's definitely one of the interesting parts. Teams bowl 2 games on essentially their starting lane for each Baker set, then move to the other pairs, see what the other team is doing, hopefully find the right look, the right adjustments. But St. John has looked solid so far. Obviously that bad break on the 7-10 in frame number 5, but
yeah, I didn't see who led off for them. It was, I think Mike Mirable just went and threw that strike.
Florida State a little bit farther back. Started the day in 4th, but had dropped to 8th after Baker set number 3. But have 260 out there, and that's something we have not been able to say on these pairs.
So these pairs have played tricky in general.
They've been tough over the course of even yesterday as well. We just had, actually Florida State was the only team to crack 1,000 yesterday that we had on our featured pairs. I was actually on 29 and 32, so they had found some success there. And then today, just the 8-13 from Wright State early on, the only team plus in a Baker set so far. So it's been tough sledding across the board.
Well, you know, you're right in front of the desk, so the heads might be a little more scratchy. You know, this strikes me as a place that has a lot of lineage, a lot of league play. You know, a lot of people play in the area of the lane that these teams are going to know how to play, so it's got to be part of it. I did get the Willie P lineup from Coach Greg, and it should be Dylan Kowalski up now on, what's that, 27. And really, you got to hand it to those guys. They really have kind of dominated. They shot 1,200, the only 1,200 of the tournament, their very first game yesterday to take the lead. Never gave up the lead. Shot 11:30. They shot 11:30 of the last game yesterday. I talked to Greg. He says, yeah, it's the first tournament. We shot 800, 900, 1,000, 1,100, and 1,200 in our 5 games.
That's
he had 8.
That's a fair point. That doesn't happen too often.
He had 870 in his 4th game, and then he came back and shot 1,100. So they filled out the Yahtzee of every score. And here's Whitewater tracking to 190, and Willie P struggling, looking at 110, looking at probably $1.50. But I think they have an insurmountable lead. Do we have a? Are you going to get an update here?
We're still waiting for the update after our last Baker set wrapped up. They were up about 200.
That sounds right.
Heading into games, what was that, 13 through 16 today.
And I didn't see what Whitewater did the last set, but Willie P just had a solid set. They had a plus set last time.
If they had a plus set, then I'm going to say they're probably looking pretty good. I know Whitewater had a 267 game. They popped off in their last block, but I didn't see the entire block. And Andrew was saying, help, thank you, and takes a 10.
Yep. You saw a few more corners today. You saw, as you said, a lot of guys had the Y shot. You know, you get it left a touch and it's gone. Get it right to try to not to have it fly off on the left, and it misses left in 210. So just really challenging today.
The Y shot, I like that.
You ever see that, the Y shot?
Yeah.
As opposed to the V shot where you're walled up. Anywhere you throw it, it V's its way to the pocket. The Y shot misses the pocket at all costs. So
at all costs.
I've had both. And so have you, I'm sure.
I'm sure we all have at some point.
Yes.
Stay away from the Y shot if you can. All right, Brandon Mooney, talented left-hander for Wisconsin Whitewater, delivers the double. So 2 teens, so an opportunity to definitely gain some pins here. But once again, I see Pat's daughter handing out score sheets, so I think we're pretty close to getting an update here.
Let's see if Brandon can answer, but he can't. So Brandon's got a bucket to make now, and best St. John's can do is 2-0. And I know, like, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th was all within 30 or 40 pins, and they're just shuffling back and forth and up and down. So we'll have to see. I think it's, and unless something really happens to Willie Peter, they're about to shoot $1.30.
And that's the one thing you don't want to happen in this situation
you're
is
not kidding.
It's one of those things where you give away 20 or 30. That's okay, but yeah, to give away 209 finish for Whitewater. Oh, and now they're looking 120 if they're unable to convert the 210.
Holy mackerel,
So
another split.
That could be an 80-pin swing.
126 possible for Willie P. Very uncharacteristic. And he had 2 missed makeables in there, 2 missed single pins.
4 splits to go along with it, but
yeah, thanks so much. That's a game from the place you don't want to be.
so Whitewater a little energized after
Started there, yep.
Ryan Winters delivering the strike.
Yeah, Willie P's lineup is Andrew Kopak, Matt Young, Dylan Kowalski, Hunter Manchin, and Tyler Levesque. And Tyler, several of those guys on the board yesterday trying for the singles. Dylan and Tyler both were in the hunt there, even to the last game. Hunter as well, I believe.
We're going to take the 126.
Yikesies. Well, they'll come back. They're too tough. Between Andrew Suscriba and Coach Greg, really one of the best coach teams out there.
All right, so we got an updated standing. So it was, let's see, 84-28 William Patterson, Wisconsin Whitewater, 82-46. So about
180 or so?
About 180.
Something like that, yep.
Indiana Tech, which shot 183 in game 1, in third at 82.09, and then St. John's in fourth at 81.12, and then quite a bit of a drop off after that. So our top 4 are staying in the top 4, just a matter of where they end up.
So that 180 is down to 100 between
just like that,
Willie P and Wisconsin Whitewater. So call it about 100, and here's Wisconsin with a double. Well, Willie P answers with a strike in the first of their own.
So it was 182 pins. They made up 83 that game, so 99 pins.
99, and by the way, the front 3. So unless Willie P can answer, we'll call that 79 right now.
This Wisconsin Whitewater, not particularly this Wisconsin Whitewater team, but Wisconsin Whitewater in general has had a knack for runs like this in the past. Going back a few years, I want to say 2017 sectionals, I think heading into the final 16-game Baker block, they were 200 pins plus out of the top 4 to advance the ITCs. Might have been actually closer to 300, and they were able to rally in that final block and just make this ridiculous run to earn a spot in the ITCs that year.
So remember that 99? It's now 69 because of Willie P's failure to double.
Some business has picked up here on Bowl TV, the final Baker block. Remember, folks, there is no cut. It is a total pinfall event based off of 5 traditional games yesterday and 20 Baker games today. So literally just 2 games left in the Baker format. Aaron Smith alongside Bruce Hall.
And Aaron, you're staying here after this to cover the girls, right? They're coming over.
Correct. The women's teams are making their way over here to Rose Bowl to bowl the Keystone Quaker Classic. All the men are going to be heading over to Jordan Lanes. Wood Lane's over there as well for the Lehigh Valley Collegiate Classic. The women's field is finishing up their tournament, so we're at the halfway point of our coverage this week in Pennsylvania.
There's been some scores over there with the women. I've heard of there was a 300, I think, and a 299 and a couple others, right?
300 for sure. I think a 286 I saw on the
could be, yeah,
in the recap as well. So the 300 from Indiana Tech's Marissa Carey.
Okay. Many of us are in the same hotel. I was talking to some of the girls over there. They said they had a pretty good look over there. So we'll see. I don't know what pattern they're using compared to this one, but I know the boys is going to be a 42-foot longer pattern, Again, 2-1. So we'll see. It'll be interesting how the wood middle plays, right? Most of the time on wood these days, wood is so tracked out, you want to push people out to the, out to the edge, but we'll see how it plays. And I hear it hooks. And through the beak for Whitewater, but still got that lead down to somewhere in the 70s with 2 to go, or 2.5 to go, we should say.
Willie P trying to conjure up some momentum here, and that's about all you can do after shooting 120 is shake it off, start doing positive things, and
well, right now they're going to beat that 120 in the 6th frame, so
they do have that covered. I do not expect a drop off. Indiana Tech early double and a spare off to our left in 3rd place.
What did they shoot that first game?
183.
Okay.
So they didn't gain any on Whitewater. They were 35 back of Wisconsin Whitewater for 2nd place. St. John's gained 8 pins on them, but they were 97 back.
Yeah, 100 back. So St. John's with a 4-bagger now with a great shot by Brandon Sotomasto. And Willie P again failing to double. With the 4-7 for Tyler. That's Tyler Levesque. He was 2nd in the singles yesterday.
So 265 still out there for Whitewater, which would be automatically a.
That would take care of the 69, or again, 99 they need to catch up, right? So they've got a 10, 30 pin lead. Yep, they're down in the 70s somewhere right now. Making a run of it. I thought Willie P was going to run away and hide, but really tough first game here in the last set of the Bakers. And there's the double for Whitewater.
Alec Carr delivering for the Warhawks. And yeah, just it's crazy how that can turn so quickly in Baker. A few splits, a few mismakeables, and all of a sudden you go from finding, thinking, okay, 150 is a salvage to ending up with 120. And I mean, that's 30 pins on top of the essentially 50 you figure always par is the score you're going for.
Well, Baker is such a great format. We hosted a regional up in New England for the first time in many years and had an over-under doubles, and we went with Baker for the finals, and it was very exciting up there. And I asked John Weber, I said, what's your favorite finals format? He said, without hesitation, Baker. If you're doing any team or any doubles or anything like that,
It really is the great equalizer, and part of the reason that's all the postseason is made up of on the USBC collegiate side. Sectional 64 Baker games, and then ITCs, Baker games to qualify, and then best of 7 throughout to lead up to the TV finals.
33 plus 1, so 34 pin lead for Whitewater. Going into the 10th, assuming that Willie P doesn't double or open. Minus our 99, puts you down in the 60s somewhere, right? So mid-60s with 2 games left. It started at 180, so definitely overcomable.
One of the positive things, though, if you're William Patterson, you've been making better shots this game. You're filling your frames, so things are starting to click as they've been clicking. But you're also seeing Whitewater go, they went 209 game 1, going to be in the 230s or 240s. So you're taking notes on what they're doing. So I feel for William Patterson getting away from lane 27. There's already a path to the pocket. They can see what Whitewater's doing. They can maneuver off that. That's going to be in their favor in their back pocket going into these final 2 games.
That's a great point, Aaron. And their message to Whitewater is this lane sucks. You guys are going to have trouble when you get over here. So Whitewater can't be feeling good about what's about to happen here. I'm looking for Willie P to get a double. If they can double, and really just get a little bit of momentum coming out of this game, I think they can get over this right lane and just close the door and be done.
Still clean through 8. Pacing 199. Great shot. Andrew Hall. 269 out there. They're going to gain some pins.
That's right. They need to catch the Warriors over here. Down by 100, though. And Warriors clean with a double this game.
So looking for the double. William Patterson, 9th frame.
And through the beak again. So easy to do, as we're talking about. Even though you play in the middle, you're looking for some shim, think you make a good shot, it reads in the mids, beak. You move one left, you move your eyes one right, you swing it out, you make a good shot, 210. Thank you so much.
440 at the turn for Whitewater as they'll switch over to lane 27.
Nice. Very nice set. And there's Brandon Soter-Mosto striking in the 10th. I'll tell you, I knew Brandon for a while, and then I watched them bowl a couple of tier 2s, and he is so pure at the bottom. He just throws it so nice. And Andrew Najokas comes back and bowls for St. John's, throws it great, didn't bowl last year, came back this year. They have Mike Mirable, kind of comes off the wrong foot, but boy, is he consistent, and that guy can score. He can throw some strikes. And Chris Vitry, and just got some great players on St. John's pulling it together.
I would agree. I was pretty excited, obviously knowing Andrew was joining the team this year after his great rookie campaign at Arizona State, and we've seen him do well across the board at other events. And yeah, I knew this team was going to have a spark, have some firepower, and this is my first opportunity to see him this season, so they've been as good as advertised.
And here's the 260 we were looking for. And meanwhile, the Warriors open, so could maybe make a bit of a run in Indiana here, maybe sneak into 3rd.
Oh, it's definitely out there.
Yeah.
So Whitewater is going to gain at least 34 this game.
Yeah, 97 the maximum now for Willie P in their second, which is going to give them a 320 set maybe? Something like that.
Going to be right around 320. So,
yeah.
But
80 under.
Like I said, this was a not the easiest clean game ever. Only 2 9 counts up there. So,
but that's definitely a step in the right direction on that left lane. It'll be fascinating to see what happens with Whitewater on this left lane now, as you said. And there's the 269 for St. John's. Way to go, guys.
460 after 2. 167 is going to drop Florida State down to 384. Once again, they were a little bit farther back in 8th place. Robert Morris in 5th, Wright State 6th, Lawrence Tech 7th, Florida State 8th, Arizona State 9th, and New Jersey Institute of Technology rounding out the top 10. So Indiana Tech, their max score now this game 199, so that would put them at 382, so that'd be about 80 pins, so that puts St. John right in the mix for
so they made up
fighting
80,
for 3rd.
Yeah, they made up 80 of the 100 or so, or 98, whatever it was. Yeah, very close.
And that's that's with 3 strikes in the 10th, so they potentially could be even closer if they're unable to find a double.